Check, check, check. Check. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Let's start out with a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where the doors are closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, you take one of these steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a small chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with blue glass, red glass, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We can show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay? So this is how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So all glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So this bubble that Eric here is making is a pink. Doesn't look pink, but if you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's what you're seeing here. You're seeing the glow, and when it cools down, you'll see the natural color. This is called the pipe cooler. When these steel pipes get hot, we lay them in that trough. We just spray water on them. That cools them down, makes them easier to hold. Do you guys have any questions so far? It is toasty. It's a great winter sport. It's not such a good summer sport. Excuse me. So today we're working with the artist John Kiley. John is the man sitting at the center bench. Glassblowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. So all these guys are making stuff for John Kiley's sculptures. Can we put up some of John's artwork up on the big screen? So he makes these sculptures where he joins two bubbles of different colors and then cuts them and polishes them. So what you'll see today is the blowing of the two bubbles, the joining the two bubbles, but the cutting doesn't happen till after the glass cools down. So he'll take them back to his studio and he'll do the cutting and polishing. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So as you can see, they're making two bubbles, which we're going to join together. They're making one on the far bench on the left, one in the center, and we'll be joining those two later on in the process. Mr. Kiley is Seattle born and bred. He's been working for 30 plus years in glass. He's worked all over the world. He's taught glassmaking in Israel. He's worked with the Venetian master Lino Tagliapietra, probably the best glassblower in the world. He's also worked at the Dale Chihuly Studios, and so he's a very talented guy. Folks who are working today, the tall guy at the center glory hole, that's Eric Wall. The woman with her back to us, that's Sarah Gilbert. On the far bench, Ben Cobb. And the young man standing at the glory hole, that's Trenton Kiocho. So these guys are all super talented professional glassblowers. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, that'll be done in his studio. I mean, we have polishing equipment here, but he's going to take it back to his studio, cut them with a diamond saw, and polish those surfaces. Can we put up a typical cutaway Kiley? Just one? So if you look up there, so you see the bubbles are joined together, and then he slices them to reveal the inside, and then polishes those cuts. Locally, uh, Mr. Kiley is represented by the Traver Gallery, Traver, and he's going to have a show there in August. He's got a sleeve on. Have a large sleeve on that arm.
I guess all glass blowers have burned themselves a few times.
Yeah, I mean, not very much really. I would compare it to working in a kitchen. So every once in a while you touch something hot, you say a few bad words. We've been open for 22 years. We've had one trip to the emergency room. It was a slip and fall. It wasn't a glass thing.
That's amazing.
So the real danger in this shop is none of the things that you would think. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. It's the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe and from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole. There's a lot of.
How much will that glass thing he's blowing on now weigh?
I don't know. I would say it's probably 12, 15 pounds. Add another 8 or 10 for the pipe.
So when you see those big blown glass, they're heavy, really heavy.
Oh yeah, glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So, boy, you know how heavy a bucket of water is. Double that and then some. Okay. So this is Sarah Gilbert. She's one of our resident team of glass blowers. She's been blowing glass for about 24 years, and she's also a very talented engraver. Yeah, so now we're going to transfer that bubble from the rods originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod is what Sarah's holding. She sticks it on the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it will come. Here he goes. He drips his tweezers in water. Drips a little water where he wants it to break. Gives the pipe a tap. And off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped.
Are they going to close the top now, or
See what?
what are they going to do now with the open top? Are they going to close it, or is that?
No, they're going to clean it up. And then we're going to do the same thing with that bubble, and then we're going to jam the two bubbles together. So make one round bubble that'll have a little membrane in the middle where the two meet. So it'll look like a big ball with two different colors. The bubble over on the left is a kind of a ambery honey color. And I only know this because John told me. I'm not sort of. Ben, tall guy over on the end, and Sarah are members of our regular team. They've been working for, I don't know, maybe 16, 17 years together. Trent works with us from time to time. Uh, he's here temporarily filling in for one of our regular glass blowers. And Eric works for us, with us from time to time also. But these guys are, they're like, I would compare them to studio musicians. They can just, you know, fit into a team. They're very experienced, and it'd be like they always were there.
Glass blowing place.
Yeah, I mean, the only place around here that has a similar setup is Dale Chihuly Studios in Seattle. But that's not open to the public. But the equipment and stuff, the kind of setup you see, looks very similar. And there's no, it's a private studio, so there's no theater seating. This is what you're looking at here is a deluxe setup. You don't have to have all this stuff to blow glass. If it was an individual working by themselves, we have like 2,000-pound tanks. If you were an individual working by yourself, you might have one 300-pound tank. So you're looking at, people think, oh my God, how's anybody, afford all this? Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a super deluxe setup. Doesn't have to be this elaborate. So Trent here, Trent Kyocho, is making another punty. So we're going to do the same process with the second bubble. We're going to transfer it to Trenton's punty, and then we're going to jam the two bubbles together. Over on the right, Trent has made the punty, Punty. He's going to bring it over to Ben over on the far left, and they're going to transfer the glass from the pipe it's on now to the pipe that Trent is preparing. Trent brings the punty to Ben over on the bench on the far left. So once again, we'll use water to break the glass away from the original pipe. So that's grab that bubble from the bottom. The top is now exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. Every once in a while, you'll see them take a torch and warm up the connection between the metal pipe and the bubble itself. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything's okay. If it's allowed to get too cool, that glass can crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. Do you guys have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients in the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. That mixture makes clear glass. If we wanted to make, say, blue glass, we take those same three ingredients, sand, soda ash, and lime, and we cook them up with cobalt. Cobalt makes glass blue. Chromium makes it green. Tin makes it white. So most of the colorants for the glass are metals. Not all of them, but most of them. You guys have any questions? How do you what? How do you scale it? How can you buy these things? That usually you buy something like this in an art gallery. Oh, these things aren't mass produced. These are all made by hand. What? Yeah. Yes, it does takes time. Well, it takes time and practice. I mean, uh, Mr. Kiley here is he's been blowing glass for 30 plus years. Uh, yes. No, yeah, no, a drinking glass is probably 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. Anything you make by hand, it takes a while. If we were gonna make your shirt by hand, we'd have to roll out the cloth, cut out the pattern, sew it up. Yeah. Oh well, I mean, the lowest end of mass-produced wear is blown by machines. Machines blow into metal molds. Yeah, no, this is a sort of different thing. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the glory hole, it kind of heats it up more generally. When we need the heat focused in a particular place, we use the torch. You can follow Mr. Kiley, John Kiley, on Instagram at John Kiley Studios. So we're getting ready to join the two bubbles. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. And now Sarah, seated to the left of the bench, is going to blow. And we'll make one round bubble out of these two bubbles. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So once we finish shaping this, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there, and then at night, the annealer has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just took this off the pipe and set it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. Mr. Kiley is keeping the connection between the metal pipe and the sculpture warm. Over on the far right, you see one of the glass blowers, Sarah Gilbert, putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. The jacket and gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that piece of glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Once again, we'll use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass itself. A little tap, off it comes. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for John Kiley and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We put up some of Mr. Kiley's sculptures up on the big screen. So as you can see, after when we join these two bubbles, then he cuts through them to expose the interior. they looked in the So now we're getting ready for the next sculpture by our guest artist, John Kiley. John is the man sitting at the center bench. He's blown a bubble of clear glass. We're heating up a bar of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. All the glass in our big furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. They're called color bar. Can we put up the color bar photo? Buy these colors like an artist buys paint. Red, yellow, blue, pink, purple. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. Hi, how are you guys?
I have a question. What do these ovens run on?
Natural gas.
Natural gas. Okay. The temperature is how hot?
The round ones with the doors open, those are called glory holes. Those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The ones where the doors are closed, the glass furnaces, those are 2,100. So, yeah, we have closed captioning. It's a little echoey in here. Sometimes it's hard to hear the narration. No, no, he's sitting there. He's a working already. It's John Kiley in this. Well, they all have glasses. The one holding the pipe in the center. Glass blowing is a team sport. We always work in teams. So all these other guys are working for John. John's been working in glass for over 30 years. He's worked with the world's greatest glass blower, Lino Tagliapietra, a Venetian master. He also had spent a period of time working at Chihuly Studios in Seattle. Now John's going over to our furnace, John Kiley. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass could be green or purple or blue. You get it hot enough, it's going to look orange. So over on this bench here, we're preparing another bubble. Ben sitting down is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Trent standing up is heating up the colored glass. And we're going to coat Ben's bubble with the colored glass. So we're basically doing the same thing. On each of these Could we put up some of Mr. Kiley's artwork up on a big screen? So this is our guest artist, John Kiley. He's the man in the center of the workshop. He's been working glass for 30 plus years. He's taught glass making in Ireland and Israel. Locally, you can see his artwork at the Traver Gallery, Traver, in Seattle. Can we put up the diagram, the drawing of how these go together? So we're going to have join 3 bubbles this time. It's a little bit complicated. You can see on the left, so we make a little bubble he calls a halo. We join it to big bubbles. Then we make another big bubble and stick it together over that. We blow them up into one sphere, and then he takes it back to his studio where he cuts and polishes to reveal all the stuff going on inside. Yes. I'm not sure what you're exactly referring to. The buckets of water are for the wooden tools. Stick it into the bucket. Not that I know of. Okay, the tool that he's shaping the glass with now, that's called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water to keep the wood from burning. And yes, this tool looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be damp so it doesn't burn. Yeah, no, he sticks the wood tools in the water, not the glass itself. No, it's actually the opposite. It's so that we don't cool the glass. The wooden tools don't suck the heat out of the glass. The metal tools suck the heat out of the glass. The wooden tools keep it hot, so we can shape it and keep the glass hot. So the water is just to keep the tool from burning. This, or the one in the middle. This is called an annealer. This is for cooling the glass down slowly. So we'll keep it at a constant temperature all day long. For our glass, it's 925 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. That slow cooling is called annealing, and these two horizontal ones and the two big black ones, these are all annealers. These are electric. This is a different thing. This one is called the garage. This is where, when we want to keep something warm while we're working, this operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So if we're making something in several parts, we make a part, put it in the garage, it stays warm. Then we'll make part number 2. Then we'll pull part number 1 out and stick the 2 together. So we call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. So if you look over on the far right, you can see Ben going into the furnace. He dips his bubble in there. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. So now he's going to take the block, that's what we call those wooden scoops, and shape the bubble. As Ben is blocking that bubble, Trent is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. Now Trent is taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. It's a little metal trough. If the pipes get hot, we lay them in that trough and spray water just on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Yes. Something like that. Once we have this thing bubble nicely shaped up, we're going to hang out for a little while and let it cool and stiffen a bit before we dip it back into the furnace and add another layer of hot molten glass. I've never heard it. I think that's maybe a computer mistake. Yeah, that computer, it's pretty good, but it doesn't figure out everything. No, neither have I. So you're in good company. Hi, how are you?
Excellent. How are you?
Good. You guys? Oh, cool. We try to get cool stuff. You, uh-huh. Nice. That's great. We like that. We want you to enjoy it. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. Yeah, no, just enjoy it. So now Ben's going to our furnace. Each time we dip our bubble into the furnace to coat it with more glass, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Ben is taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. We'll spray water on the metal pipe. That'll cool it down, make it easier to hold. And he's shaping the glass with the block. In the center, our guest artist, John Kiley. He also is shaping his bubble using the block. The blocks come in a variety of sizes. They're made out of wood, usually some kind of fruit wood, apple, cherry, pear. The wood of fruit trees is usually fairly dense, and it also doesn't have much resin. So it burns slowly, and it doesn't smoke. If you look at the center bench, you'll see one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. And she's the one who's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Mr. Kiley, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So now Sarah's blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. So now in the center, Mr. Kiley is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle in front of Mr. Kiley's arm to shield him from the heat. When these things get large, they give off a lot of heat. So Sarah's blowing as Mr. Kiley shapes it with a pad of carbon fiber. Over on the bench on the far left, Ben, sitting at the workbench, is doing the same thing. He's squeezing it with the jacks. We call it jacking it down and making that crease where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. You guys have any questions? So the two parts, it's all going to go together. Can we put up one of Mr. Kiley's pieces up on a big screen? So stop there, yeah. So you see it's actually made out of 3 bubbles. There's the blue one there and the clear one on the right. So we're going to join the 2 bubbles, and we're going to have another bubble that's going to make a little ring on the inside. So we're going to join the 2 bubbles. We're going to blow it up again till it's in a sphere again, cool it down overnight, and then he's going to take it back to his studio where he's going to do the cutting and polishing. These are basically two halves of the same thing. So here in the center, Sarah's come over with a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty's going to act as a temporary handle to hold that bubble from the bottom while we shape the top. Once they feel that that bond is strong enough, we'll break the bubble away from the original pipe. Drip a little water where we want the glass to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now this bubble is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. These two bubbles on the center bench and on the bench on the left are eventually to get joined to make one of Mr. Kiley's sculptures. Over here on the right, Trenton Kiocho, is preparing a punty for the other bubble. This bubble is already on the punty. It's held from the bottom. We're going to do the same thing to the bubble on the far left. We're going to switch it from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. on the right. Trent is preparing the punty. It's a second steel rod that's going to hold Ben's bubble from the bottom while we shape the top. Can we put up the diagram of how these things go together? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram on the left. So we're going to open up one of these bubbles. We're going to place a small bubble on the top. Then we're going to take another bubble and attach it over the two bubbles. When we blow it up, we'll have a sphere with a little ring of different colored glass in the middle. You can see an example on the right side of that photo. This is a process that Mr. Kiley developed for his sculptures. It's very unique. So we're going to join a third bubble to the top of the one that Mr. Kiley has at the center bench. And that bubble will eventually form the ring in the middle of the sculpture. He calls it the halo. Can we put up the diagram again? So if you look to the left side where the diagram is, and you look at the one on the right, you can see where that's where we are with the two bubbles being joined. The third bubble is being prepared by Ben over on that bench, and that's going to go over those two bubbles. Now Mr. Kiley's blowing a little air into the opening to inflate it a little bit. He's shaping it with a pad of carbon fiber cloth. Does anybody have any questions? Excuse me? It makes it a little bigger, like blowing up a balloon. So you have a little tool with a metal cone on the end. The cone goes into the opening, and then we blow through the central tube. The cone makes a seal, and so we can continue to inflate the glass even after we've removed it from the original pipe. So can we put up the drawing, the diagram of how they go together? So right now, in the center, we're at the second stage on to the right, on the top, with the little bubble and the big bubble are joined. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. We have, on this bench, we have Ben Cobb and Trenton Kiocho. In the center bench, we have John Kiley, the artist, Eric Wall, the tall guy, and Sarah Gilbert heating up the glass in the glory hole. Yes. I'd say roughly $500 a month for each furnace, and about maybe 200 for each of the glory holes. Does that answer your question? 500 about for each furnace. We have 2 furnaces. Yeah, no, 500 pounds. Yeah, $500. Money. Money. American money. It doesn't take anywhere near as much energy as you would imagine, because we're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat up your house, you're heating up a giant space to a very low temperature. So a house might be 12,000 cubic feet heated up to 68 degrees. We're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000 degrees. Every once in a while, you'll see them take a torch and warm up the connection between the metal rod and the bubble itself. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything is cool. If it's allowed to get too cold, that connection can crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. When I say cold, I mean below 900 degrees. Now we're getting towards the dramatic part where we're going to join the 2 big bubbles. One of the bubbles is cerulean blue, the other one is green, and the small bubble is gold, transparent gold. All the colors that you see are distorted by the heat. When these cool off, they'll return to their natural color. Right now, what you're seeing is a combination of the color plus the glow from the heat. Getting these two things. So here we go. We jam the two bubbles together. And Sarah will blow. And we'll inflate them and make them into a single two-tone bubble. Can we put up the diagram again? So if you look at the bottom of the diagram to the left, that's what we just did. We jammed the two bubbles together, and then we blow them up, shape them into a sphere. There'll be a ring of that third color in the middle. So the sculpture is now complete. Mr. Kiley's going to take it to his studio and then cut through the outside to reveal what's going on in the inside. Can we put up the diagram again? So if you look to the right where the photograph is, you can see the kind of thing, typical of what these things look like when they're done. We'll melt a little spot where we broke it off the pipe, or off the punty rather. Make sure it's not sharp. That'll eventually be ground away and polished. Sarah, on the right, has put on some protective clothing. The jacket and gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. She's going to carry the bubble to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. When she grabs that piece of glass, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll cool it very slowly overnight so it doesn't break. In order to get it off the metal rod, we'll drip some water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint. A little tap will release it. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for John Kiley and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Eric Wall, and Trenton Kiocha. Anybody got any questions? Yes. I have no idea. Whenever he gets around to it. See? Overnight. So he'll take him, whatever he makes during the day, he'll take it home to his studio, and then he'll, he may have other stuff going on. I don't know when he'll get to it. Oh, thank you. What? Yes. Is there a device that stops the air from coming back? No. When the air reaches it's just a tube. When the air reaches the opposite end of the tube, it's not even warm. No, no, no. No, we do breathe. We do suck in sometimes for certain techniques, and it's not even warm. Well, thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate it. We put up the slideshow of Mr. Kiley's work, John Kiley, our guest artist today. These are some of the sculptures that he makes, similar to the ones that he's making today. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, well, enjoy it. So now we're going to make you notice that a lot of these sculptures have two different bubbles, different colors. We're going to prepare them. All the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we coat it with colored glass. This is called a color overlay. Can we put up the color bar photo? We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it like an artist buys paint. It comes in the form of these bars. They're called Color Bar. We buy it from 2 companies in Germany, and they have almost 200 colors. So we're going to do this color overlay process, and we have a little video. We can show you how that works. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this sculpture is going to be made of 3 different bubbles. And so we're doing the color overlay on each of these stations. Mr. Kiley is making the small bubble that goes in the middle, and on the 2 ends, they're making 2 big bubbles that go together. guest artist today is John Kiley. John is the man at the center of the workshop. He's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make his sculptures. Put up some of John's artwork up on the big screen. So these are the sculptures by our guest artist, John Kiley. John has been working in glass for 30 plus years. He's worked with the Venetian master, Lino Tagliapietra, the greatest glass blower in the world. He's also worked at the Chihuly Studios in Seattle.
Figured it'd be a little easier to come up with by you.
Sure.
How are you today?
I'm good. Yourself?
Fantastic. Haven't lived before coming here for 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Glad you're here. Do you have any questions?
I actually do.
Okay.
So we're leather artists. So here's some of our work. She made this for me once, and I've been taking classes on how to make purses and like backpacks and stuff like that. And I want to make zipper pulls, make my own zipper pulls, like with enamel or cloisonne stuff like that. And so I'll need to buy a kiln, of course.
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, there's a kind of glass blowing called flame working,
Flame working.
where you work at a you work at a table-mounted torch, and you start with pre-made rods and tubes. That, if I was going to make poles, something that small, that's how I would do it.
The kilns that are for enamel and cloisonne, are they any different than the kiln that you would get that goes up to like 2300 degrees or
No.
like the metal heat treating kilns? It's the same kind of kiln.
Same kind of kiln, electric kilns and pottery kilns. You do with any of them. Actually, one of the cheapest way to do it is to go to school auctions. School auctions. School districts often have auctions where they sell old pottery kilns, electric pottery kilns. You get them at a severe discount.
Yeah, I bet. You replace them for a newer one, or
Yeah, I mean, if it's like if it's not if it's a kind of auxiliary thing to your main thing, which is the leather, you don't want to spend a whole lot. You don't want to get set up with a whole lot of.
Yeah, yeah.
But all you really need, all you need is a little one,
yeah.
and you can use it. You can make things with, flame working, work over a torch. You can buy different colored rods of glass.
I hadn't thought of that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. I've never done cloisonne. I know a little bit about it, but it's you make something out of metal, and then they solder on wires, and then they fill the wired sections with powdered glass, and you put it in a kiln and melt it.
Have you done enamel at all before?
Yeah.
Which is similar, a little bit easier than
Yeah.
the cloisonne, right? Because you don't end up doing all the soldering. You just actually use the powders and do your design
Yeah, I mean you can just enamel glass in a kiln. You buy they sell glass enamels. There's a company called Schilling Ink, Schilling, and they sell glass enamels. The enamels that they use in cloisonne are different than the enamels that go on glass. glass paint. Yeah, that's
I
glass
was,
enamel.
because I was looking at that and I was trying to understand how that was because it's not stained glass, obviously. It is, but
Sheets of handmade glass, and you paint on it when the glass is cold, and you put it in a kiln, and you fire it, and it melts.
yeah.
Is your work a picture of your work on the internet?
Yeah, I have it. Probably easier for me to find one on my phone.
Oh wow. Very cool.
It's the same kind of enameling that they use in stained glass.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
You paint the enamel on, you cover the whole thing, you let it dry, and then you brush away all the stuff you don't want.
Oh.
You work backwards. You work
Okay.
like sgraffito. You
Yeah.
start with a solid ground,
And then you just scratch.
and you use stiff brushes to scratch away the stuff you don't want.
That's really interesting. Good work.
There's some of my glass at Tacoma Art Museum. They have some of it on display,
Tacoma Art Museum.
What
just
is
down
your-
the road.
What is your name?
Walter Lieberman.
Walter Lieberman.
Nice to meet you, Walter. I'm Joe. This is my wife, Sophia.
Nice to meet you guys.
Right down. I don't because I'm famous for going. I'll remember that name and then.
It's L-I-E. Just sometimes people spell it E-I.
Yeah. Somehow I got it right by sheer luck.
Oh, it's just across the highway. Tacoma Art Museum?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, we
Oh,
could
on the
walk
other side
there
of
if
the
it wasn't the highway with cars
Yeah.
speeding. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's, yes. You go over the bridge.
Oh yeah, we could take the Chihuly.
Go see the Chihuly Bridge. You get on
Yeah.
Pacific Avenue. It's about 3 blocks.
Okay.
You make a right. They have a good glass collection there.
Yeah. Yeah, Tacoma is such a big area for that. Wouldn't be much of a museum without some of the glass.
We have great exhibits here. I don't know if you've seen the exhibits yet.
No, we thought we would warm up and finish coffee and then go
There you go.
look at the gallery.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we noticed that we were the only people in here. And I was like, well, let's just go watch and hang out with Walter. Because we're the only ones here.
Yeah.
I do have another question for you. I was seeing
Sure.
out in the front there they had what they call tack fusing, which it's like the glass doesn't fully melt into the base layer.
Yeah.
Like how are they doing that? Is it just a different heat?
Just different heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you heat them up till they get soft and they stick to each other, and if you heat them up a lot, then they all melts together. And
So it's just they're just managing the temperature on that to
Yeah.
keep them like that. Okay. Cool.
Look at the temperature in the piece of there. You can see the thickness of the glass there.
Oh yeah.
And the inner part
Is
got air and it's cool.
yeah, that darker. And it'll come out and it'll be
we
really
color our glass. We blow a bubble of clear glass. We heat up a chunk of colored glass. We coat that initial bubble. Then we put clear glass around that. When we blow it up, that clear colored lines the object of color.
okay.
And we do it that way so we can have any color we want anytime we want.
You can layer and you can have different
You can layer
layers
yep.
that way.
Is that actually
What, so
is that actually water on that spoon that he's using to roll?
The tool is made out of wood and it's stored in a bucket of water
Oh.
Just to keep it.
to keep the wood from burning.
Yeah, okay.
It's a scoop shape, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just
Yeah.
want the wood itself to be wet.
And what is
pad of carbon fiber cloth,
Okay.
but most of the time we just use newspaper. That's the he's got the fancy.
And just let it burn away and add some more newspaper every now and then.
No. Watch the guy on the bench on the left. He's using the newspaper.
Okay.
So it's just we fold up. Can we put up the newspaper photo?
You know what? Oh, I see what he's got. Thank you.
So we just fold it up a bunch of times and soak it in water, and we can use it as a pad to shape the glass.
Oh, because it's wet, it doesn't.
Yeah. Interesting. That made me think that material that David Pintos
Yeah.
had.
I don't.
We have some friends in Portland who are, another friend of theirs has invented a new fireproofing fabric that it's almost like Kleenex. It's so light, and yet they can hold like a 1500-degree blowtorch in the palm of their hand, and it won't burn
Right.
at all. And so we were talking about it the other night, and we were thinking about, of course, firefighters and their uniforms, and it's non-toxic instead of all of the toxic stuff they have. And then I was looking at this, and I'm going, glasswork might be a nice place for that as well.
And she's always been a fan of glass art. Like as long as I've known her, she's been a fan of glass art.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I've just sort of started kind of warming up to it. It came about 5 years ago, like right
No, we'll
before.
definitely go see our exhibits. We got great stuff this right now. Nancy Callan is a tremendous glass blower, and we have an exhibit called Field Notes where artists interpreting nature and glass.
Nice.
Um, yeah. So. Can we put up the Kylie diagram? So on the right, you can see one of Mr. Kylie's sculptures. And on the left, you can see we have a little diagram of how the process works, how we make these. So we blow a big bubble and a little bubble, we join them together, then we blow another big bubble and put it over that. And we blow the whole thing up, and it forms a little membrane in the center, combining the colors.
Oh, and so it's got kind of a
Yeah,
you know, like a bubble.
they kiss each other sort of, and lead
Yeah.
to.
So that's what we're doing right now. So on each of these benches, we're making the two big bubbles, and the little bubble is being stored in this oven over here called the garage, keeping it warm until we're ready to use it. We have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glory holes and the glass furnaces. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So it's just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side, and we use it for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The ones that you see with the doors closed, those are the glass furnaces. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? And so that's what they look like inside. So each of these ones, there's two of them. Each one has a big ceramic pot, and in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass.
Oh wow. It just runs and runs. What would take ages to remelt 1,000 pounds of glass.
So the furnaces are on all the time. The glory holes are only on during the working day. glass is when the glass is really hot. No matter what color it is, it looks orange. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. As it cools, that glow disappears and you see more of the true color. If you think about your own homes, you see the same thing in your own homes. If you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, it cools down, the orange disappears, and they're gray again.
We did an enamel class, and there's an art class I know amazing with enamel portraits and beautiful stuff. And we done a class with the portraits, and all of the people helping with the workshop were these little French girls, and they're really, really sweet. And so we're doing enamel, which is cinnamon. Cinnamon, right? We got to see them as they were pulling it out of the shell, and it was this bright red, and then all of the colors coming through in like 30 seconds, and it was so cool to watch it. So quickly.
So now in the center, we're going to transfer the bubble from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold that bubble from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're going to break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break. And then we'll give the pipe a tap, and it'll come off the original pipe. Oh yeah, definitely.
And it's feel, right? Like it's all like, is it ready yet? As far as like it's feel.
Yeah, so what they're waiting for is they're waiting to see that that connection is stiff enough to bear the weight. If they take it off too soon, the thing will wobble. So now he's going to drip the water on, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Use glass enamel. There's a book called The Art of Painting on Glass by Albinus Elskis, Albinas, Elskis, Elskus. And that's probably the best book there is.
Okay. And that's doing the glass on glass
Glass on
enamel.
glass.
Okay.
He was my teacher, so.
Oh, cool.
The art of painting glass. Okay. Albinus Elskis.
You can find them used probably $5-10.
Wow.
He's got a hot body now.
So now John's going to open that opening a little bit. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the top to keep the opening straight. over on the right, the tall guy Eric has the little bubble. And we're going to join the big bubble to the little bubble, or the other way around, the little bubble to the big bubble. Can we put up the Kylie process diagram? So this is how it's going to go. If you start in the upper left-hand corner, it'll show you, we join the little bubble to the big bubble. And then we're going to take the bubble they're making over there, put it on top, and then blow the whole thing up, and we'll get this sphere with this ring of a different color in the middle. So we'll bust off Eric's pipe. Over on the bench on the far left, we're making the big bubble that's going to go over that.
So are these two going to join to one piece of art? Oh, they're working on the same project.
It's a big coordinated effort.
So we got a team of at least 6 people, 7 people. Wow.
So can we get the camera on Ben on the left? So now we're doing that same thing with the punty. We're breaking it off. So now that bubble's held from the bottom. We can work open up the top. We're going to blow a little air into the front end to make that thing a little fuller. The tool is called the Soffietta. It has a little metal cone on the end and a tube. The cone goes into the opening, makes a seal, and then we blow through the central tube, and that allows us to inflate the glass even after it's removed from the original pipe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like to see them.
Over on the left, Ben is squeezing a portion of the bubble down, and we're going to bust off the excess. So in the center, we're just hanging out, waiting for Ben to finish his bubble. Over on the left, Ben is opening his bubble a little wider.
It doesn't have to be as loud. Yeah. There, it's an exciting loud, but not deafening. Yeah, a calm loud. Yeah, isn't it funny?
Because I think you have to be pretty calm to do this kind of stuff. You know, mix it up. You just have to be calm.
And these finished goods are really amazing. That was really kind of him to say, look, just
They're getting ready to coordinate there. Notice the increase in activity.
yeah, yeah, like a beehive right now. They're like in hurry up mode.
So now we're getting ready to join the two. Get both of the bubbles hot. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. He's going to jam them together, and then we're going to blow them up. Here we go. You jam the two of them together. Then Sarah, sitting to the left of the workbench, is going to start to blow, and we'll make them into a sphere again.
Yeah, because when you blow one side, it's going to push the air. So you only have to blow one side. You only have to blow on one side. I didn't see that coming, but now it's obvious. Yeah.
You have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. on the far right, you can see Sarah putting on some protective clothing. Sarah Gilbert. The jacket and gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. Sarah's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Can we put up the diagram once more, just for a second? So this is the blowing part, but you see, when he makes the sculptures, he's then going to take them back to his studio and cut them to reveal the interior. So the blowing part is done, but he's going to cut them as well. Once again, we'll use water to release the glass from the metal rod. A little tap. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight.
How long does it need to anneal?
Overnight. We'll keep that at a constant temperature all day long. Put everything we make in there. Then at night, we'll start the cooling process. It's just an electric oven, has a little computerized thermostat, and so it automatically slowly turns the temperature down. And I think that's lunch.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Nice to meet you, and thank you for your advice.
Yeah,
We'll give that a go. Yeah. Maybe next time I'll show up with a purse with ornaments on it.
yeah, that'd be cool. See you guys. Take care.
We're gonna go enjoy the gallery.
Can we turn them? No, that's good. Sorry. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have a guest artist today, John Kiley. He's the man in the center of the workshop. Glass blowing is a team sport. So all these other people that you see on the floor are making parts for Mr. Kiley's sculptures. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. That's where Sarah is now. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. We blow into the pipe, the blow of glass blows up like a balloon. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while the glass is hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. There's no glass in those. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Can we put up some of Mr. Kiley's artwork up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some of the sculptures made by our guest artist. So in order to make these sculptures, we're going to blow 3 separate bubbles and join them together. Then Mr. Kai will take them back to his studio and cut the resulting spheres and polish them. This sculpture is going to consist of 2 large bubbles and 1 small one. In the center, Mr. Kiley is making the small one. Over on the 2 benches on the right and left, we're making the bubbles for the big bubbles. Do you guys have any questions? We're making, could we put up the sculpture again? Keep going. There. Look, 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 look. We're making a sculpture like that, not the same, but similar. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately, and when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video show you how we do that. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we have a guest artist today, John Kiley. Where is John? There he is. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make his sculptures. We put up some of John's sculptures up on the big screen. These sculptures are going to consist of 3 bubbles joined together. We've made a small one on the center workbench that's been placed. We make 2 big ones on the opposite bench, and then we're going to join them together. If you look to the right of center, you'll see Ben. He's going over to our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. All glass, when it's hot, is going to look yellow-orange. The yellow-orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So over on the far left, Ben is picking bubbles out of the glass at this point where it's thick and gooey. If we find a bubble or an impurity that we don't want, we can pick it out and cut it off, and then round out the bubble and continue to work. Today, Mr. Kiley is renting our studio, so he'll take everything home with him. We have guest artists come from all over the world. They leave one piece for the museum collection. They take the rest home with them. We make stuff for our store. We do commissions, just all sorts of things. We're still doing that. We're still doing. In fact, in our lobby, we have a little exhibit of the kids. They're all new. And we've been doing. Can we play Kids Design Glass, the old version? We have a little video. We can show you what we've done with some of the kids.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So in the center, Joan Kiley, our guest artist, is shaping the glass, and as she shapes it, Sarah, sitting to the left, blows. So she's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the bubble as Mr. Kiley shapes it. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And then we would go to the glory holes, the round ovens with the doors open, heat it up and soften it again, and then more shaping. So right now, Mr. Kiley is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks. He's making a sharp crease in the glass. That crease is the place we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Can we get the camera on John? In his hand is a pad of carbon fiber that he's using to shape the glass. So now John's marking the bottom with a piece of chalk. If he holds the chalk still and turns the pipe, it makes a little circle, and that way he can see where the center is. We're going to transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. And we get it off. He took a tool called the jacks and he squeezed it and made a little notch in there. And when we're ready to take it off, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water into that notch. The water will crack the glass. We'll tap on the pipe, and off it comes.
Okay, so it's just a
Couple of drops of water.
really
So over on your right, Sarah is preparing the punty. We're going to transfer that bubble to the rod that Sarah's carrying, and that's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. To attach the punty to the bottom of the bubble. When they feel that bond is strong enough, you take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, and then a tap on the pipe will release it. Wait till that connection becomes stiff enough to support the weight of the bubble. When Sarah feels it's stiff enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Okay, can we put up the furnace diagram? So just look straight ahead. That's our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass is like honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip the pipe into the molten glass, and we blow through the pipe. A little bubble pops out on the other end. So over on the right, Trent is preparing a punty for Ben's bubble over on the far left. We're going to do the same thing. We'll attach it and then transfer the glass to that pipe. How are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Well, one at a time. We'll see if we can get through them. Just water. We put up the Kylie process drawing. So this is how we're going to construct the sculpture. We're going to, if you start at the top and go left to right, we're going to make it, we have a little bubble that's sitting in the garage. We'll stick it on. Then we'll make another big bubble. We'll stick that on. We'll blow that thing up, and we'll have a sphere with a little disc of glass on the inside. And then Mr. Kiley will take it back to his studio after it's cooled, and he'll cut it in various ways to expose the interior. Tempering is a treatment heat treatment where you cool the glass very rapidly under very controlled conditions. The outside of the glass goes into compression and makes it harder to break. No, they use air. It's just the tempering ovens are they have convection so it's uniform temperature, and they bring it down very quickly. The outside cools faster, it shrinks and it goes into compression, and that makes it harder to break.
Okay. And then what about like I don't know what it is, like beakers and everything for science. I know that is that a different form of glass?
It's a different kind of glass. It's called borosilicate glass. It has a very low coefficient of expansion. It doesn't expand or contract very much with heat, so that when it's exposed to fire, it doesn't break. The normal glass, like in your window in this furnace, that glass, if you heat it up too much too quickly, it'll break.
So is that just a different form of?
It's a different formula. It's they use boron instead of sodium.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So we're going to transfer this bubble. To the second steel rod called the punty. Again, we'll use water. So we've joined the little bubble with one of the big bubbles. Now we're going to kind of blow it up a little bit to make it nice and round. We're going to use a tool called the soffietta. It means little puffer, little blower in Italian. The tool has a little cone-shaped metal tip. We insert the cone into the opening, and then we blow through the central tube. Yes? The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it a ruby red. But you have to do that when you first cook it up from the raw ingredients. Yeah. You cook it in the big furnace. Well, it's not glass. You see, glass is made of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. If you take sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, and you cook it all together, you'll get blue glass. If you cook it up with chromium, you get green glass. But you have to do it when the raw ingredients, it's like making a chocolate cake. You got to put the chocolate and the flour and everything in, and then you bake them. Yeah. Well, we put it in the fire, and that makes it soft. And once it's soft, you can take tools and squeeze it, cut it, and make it from.
We were looking at Cholula's and it looked like almost shells.
these, they when the bubble is small, they shove it into a mold that makes it kind of ribbed, and then when they blow it out, it spins out and it has that little wobbly section.
So why is it not soft right now?
Why is what right now?
Why are the circles still like really? Why do they still look like glass when they put them in the fire?
You lost me there. Why?
Why did they? Why are the circles not like? Why can't they just mold? Why are the circles soft enough to mold like
Well,
to start molding right now when they put it in the fire?
well, it's not soft until you put it in the fire, and when we put it in the fire, it's like wax or butter. It comes soft, but it only stays soft for a little while. So we put it in the fire, soften it, do whatever shaping we can, and then it starts to get stiff, and we go back to the fire and soften it again. Does that make sense?
What is the raw product? So is it like an ingot, just a square piece of glass?
Nope, nope. We have a. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that it was straight ahead. That's the glass furnace. That's what it looks like inside. So inside that machine, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. 1,000 pounds. And the melted glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant pot of honey. We want to get it out. Right, yep, right straight ahead.
So how do they know quantity? So if I'm going to blow, if they're going to make these
Big balls.
this ball that is, how do they know how much of that
Experience.
Honey, it just,
Each time we dip it in, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if we want to make something large, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in again, get more glass, dip it in again, get more glass, and when we have enough glass, we stop.
Now, if these are people who are going to add color, how do they do it?
Well, the color's already in there. When we want to make a colored object, what we do is called a color overlay. We have a little video. We can show you the video. Can we play color overlay? We'll show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Yeah, depending on the feature, sure.
So does Chihuly still design his own art?
Yes, he hasn't blown glass since the late 1970s. We're jamming the two bubbles together, and then we're going to blow and return it to a spherical shape. Different color.
How heavy does it get when they, like now, when they get to
I would imagine it's probably about 20 pounds.
20?
There's 20 pounds on the end of the pole.
Yeah.
It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole.
Yeah, I was thinking they must have to be pretty strong when it gets to
They
this.
are pretty strong, but it's much harder to deal with than the weight on the scale will tell you. It's like having the big kid on the other end of the seesaw. So the blowing part of this is pretty much done. Mr. Kylie's going to take it back to his studio and do the cutting and polishing there. So these things have to be cooled slowly overnight. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We do take a torch and melt this place where we broke it off the metal pole. Make that a little smooth. Over on the far right, you'll see Sarah Gilbert. She's going to put on some protective clothing, and she's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing ovens. She'll put on a jacket and gloves made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass is hard, and we'll put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. In order to remove the sculpture from the metal pipe, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a few drops of water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. There. And we'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven, cool slowly overnight. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. Yes. What's yeah? Two bubbles are stuck together, and there's a little ring in the middle. Can we put up some of Mr. Kiley's sculptures? I'll tell you when to start. Okay. So look on the big screen. You see how it forms that little ring in the middle? That's where the two bubbles meet. Each bubble forms half of that sphere. Yes, in the middle. Yes. So just where you look, you can see a number of variations. So the cutting happens after it's cool at Mr. Kiley's studio. So when they leave here, they're just one big ball, and then Mr. Kiley does the cutting when he gets to his studio. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to think I can't think in centimeters. No, not half an inch. Maybe quarter. Maybe less. Thanks for coming in, guys. John Kiley, our guest artist, is Seattle born and raised. He's worked with the Venetian master, Lino Tagliapietra. He's worked with Dale Chihuly Studios for many years. He's taught glassmaking in Israel and in Ireland. And he's been our guest artist a number of times. Today he's renting the studio to make his sculptures. You can follow Mr. Kiley at John Kiley Glass Studios on Instagram, and you can see his work locally at the William Traver Gallery. Did you see the little video? So yeah, so they're warming up some chunks of the colored glass in this silver oven over here. You're gonna stick one on one of those steel rods, heat it up till it's soft, and then coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. No, it's just those two bars. Can we put up the color bar photo? So we buy the color in the form of these bars. So we call them color bar. So we use a chunk that's maybe, I don't know, 1.5 inches, 2 inches. We heat that up and coat the initial bubble. And then when we dip that in more clear glass, and when we blow it up, that colored layer lines the object with color. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue, we could only make blue things. And You can make a solid blue piece with the color bar. Do you want to see the video again? Okay, can we play color overlay again?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
If you look to the right, they've just dropped some color on that clear bubble. He's going to heat that up. He's going to roll it on the steel table and push the color back till it entirely coats the original bubble. Having the color in the furnace, it's more suited to industrial work. Ran a glass company and we make 1,000 blue bowls. So instead of coloring each one individually, you have a furnace full of blue.
Yeah.
But we're a bunch of artsy fartsies, and we want a red thing, then a green thing, then a blue thing. So this method suits our type of working.
Yeah, it gives you more
Flexibility, yeah. Yeah. So all the stuff that you see, all the Chihuly stuff, it's all colored in this manner.
It's all color overlay.
Yes.
Even all those giant all red pieces out in his garden that are, all the same.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. There's some of the. He went to some factories where he worked and made some things, and those were, there was color in the furnace.
Yeah, he's trying to be uniform and the whole thing on some of his big.
Well, it's just he was working in a factory where they do that.
Yeah.
But all this, sort of, table-sized
Yeah,
tubulars. See, they're all colored in this manner.
that makes sense.
Do they have to blow very hard? It doesn't seem like it.
Not really. Well, I mean, for making small things, no. Making small things, it's kind of like blowing up a balloon. There's some resistance, but any average person can do it. When we make big things, with 30, 40 pounds of glass, then you have to blow hard.
Yeah, I didn't see as they were doing this much blowing to get to that size.
Well, it's the way that we work. One person blows while the other person shapes it. So if you were looking for the blowing, you'll see someone sitting on that little rolling chair. And then, so sometimes you miss that.
Yeah, okay. You're more looking at
You're watching the main guy. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
The round furnaces with the doors open, they're called glory holes. So there's 4 glory holes and 2 furnaces, and we only light up as many as we need for the specific project. So there's another glory hole over here. It's not lit because we're not using it.
Not the one behind her, but the one to the left of her that's red in there, but it's got a door. Is that a furnace or a glory hole?
Left of her, the one that's got the door closed, that's a furnace. There's 2 furnaces, that one, and there's another one on the other side. And right now we have 3 glory holes lit. The one in the center, the one over there, the one over there. And there's one glory hole, this big one, that's not lit, and we usually don't light that unless we're doing really large projects. No. No, we reheat the glass always in the glory holes. Years ago, they used to both get the glass out of the furnace and reheat the furnace. Nowadays, we have a separate machine for heating up the glass, the glory holes.
And in the glory holes, is that just gas?
Yes. Well, it's natural gas and forced air. So the air,
A version of gas that the glass.
it's natural gas, like in your stove, only more of it. Can we go over the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes are just a brick barrel with a couple of gas burners in the side. There's no glass in there. The furnaces, can we put up the furnace diagram?
Yeah, the furnace I've seen.
So that has a big tank, a ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it.
And when you want to add more glass to the furnace, what do you do?
We shovel in the raw, we get our glass in a form called batch, which is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients in it, and we just shovel it in and cook it over. It's not glass when we shovel it in, it's the raw ingredients. And we cook it overnight, all the chemicals melt together and make glass. We use a glass that's specially formulated for this type of hand blowing. It's a little different than the glass that's in a bottle. The glass that's in a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so it can be shaped by hand. So in the center, Mr. Kiley is making the small bubble that's going to go in the center. On the right, a bench on the right, the bench on the left, we're making the big bubbles that'll constitute the two halves of the sculpture.
So, right here there are canisters. City.
Oh, when we're finished with these pipes, as they cool, the glass cracks off the pole, and so we put it in a metal can so that it doesn't go all over the place.
But what is the thing that the poles and the cans are sitting in front of?
In front of, there's an old beer keg.
Is that a furnace? It's open.
In front of. Oh, where you see the flame flickering?
Yeah.
That's the pipe warmer. It's because when hot glass only sticks to hot steel, it doesn't stick to cold steel. So if we were to take just a cold steel pipe and stick it in the furnace, pull it out, there'd be nothing on it. So before we stick our pipes into the molten glass, we have to heat the tips up so that the glass sticks to it.
And that's what that is.
Yes, it's called the pipe warmer. And so it's just heating up the tips of all those rods.
So he just sprayed
Water.
in that glory hole. He sprayed
No,
water.
that's the furnace.
Well, that's a furnace.
The ones with the doors closed are the furnaces. The ones with the doors open are the glories.
Got it. And so he sprayed water in the furnace because.
If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, we can pop them by spraying in water.
Now you, I presume, you've been doing this, you said, for a long time, so you a glass blower yourself?
I was. Yeah, I was a glass blower, yeah.
Very
So
specialized field.
he's dipping his pole in the furnace.
Yes.
He's just picking up more glass.
More glass, right.
Okay.
We call that taking a gather. Gather. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Now he's gone over to the pipe cooler. He's laying that pipe in a steel trough, and he's spraying water on the metal pipe to cool it down, make it easier to hold. He's checking that bubble for bubbles or any kind of impurities. At this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, you can yank them out, snip them off, and then round out the mass again. Yeah, so when it's thick and gooey, you can, he inspects it to see if there's any bubbles he doesn't want, and he can yank them out, snip them off, and then just round the whole mass out again. the center, Sarah is blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass bubble as Mr. Kiley, our guest artist, shapes it. Now in the center, Eric standing up is heating up the glass in the glory hole. You got to make it nice and soft, and he brings it to John Kiley, sitting at the bench. John squeezes it with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. Can we put up some of Mr. Kiley's sculptures up on the big screen? So these are some of the sculptures by our guest artist, John Kiley, the man sitting at the center bench. And we're making some similar sculptures today. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Okay. Let me know. So now in the center, Sarah comes over with a second steel rod called the punty. We attach it to the bottom of that bubble. When they feel that the bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap. And off it comes. So now the bubble is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Do you guys have any questions? Nope. Okay. So our guest artist today is John Kiley. John is born and raised Seattle. He's worked at Chihuly Studios with Dale Chihuly. He's worked with the famous Venetian master Lino Tagliapietra. He's taught glassmaking in Israel and in Ireland, and now he's here making his own work. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers. Glassblowing is a team sport. So all these folks you see on the floor are doing different things for Mr. Kiley. We're just at the beginning of a new sculpture. Could we put up some of Mr. Kiley's artwork up on the big screen? So these are sculptures by John Kiley. John is represented locally by the Traver Gallery, Traver. And he's going to be having an exhibition at the Traver Gallery in August. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers. Over on the right, we have Eric Wall, tall guy at the bench on the right. Sarah Gilbert standing next to him. Over on the bench on the left, we have Trenton Kiocho in the black shirt. And Ben Cobb somewhere. We start these pieces. We do what's called a color overlay. There's no colored glass in our furnaces. So we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnaces. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. phone, it said you took me out of some group text or something.
Oh, I think it was I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think it was anything. All the group messages that I'm supposed to send to you, like the one you replied to, was accurate. But
Okay.
you know the one for the ninth? That was right. I think I took you out of. Oh, I took you out of a message thread because you were already here on Sunday, so you already knew not to go to the MC meeting
Oh, right,
when
right.
it snowed. And what I did was I took you out and I called everyone else.
Okay. Yeah. I just thought maybe you didn't like me anymore.
Oh no, I just didn't want to have to call you twice
No, that's good.
for Sunday. I need to go get Martin Blank's information. Is Martin Blank's information over here?
I don't
Maybe.
know.
Let me see. It might be. All these things.
We must have an old one of his then.
It's kind of old, kind of recent. It's just whatever came down the pipeline last.
You don't have to worry with Martin. He'll be a show all unto himself.
Oh, I know, right? But just for the MCs that come, they want.
I know. I'm just
You
kidding.
know. I know.
But he's always
What you call it said it's gonna be great.
gregarious.
It's gonna be big. Nick said it's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's doing, but it'll be entertaining.
Oh, here's a picture of him. All right. I'll go get the information.
Oh, I put your mandrels.
In there. Where
No,
at?
to the other one. What, just above it? Above it?
Above it? This one?
No, no. The one-
Oh, that one. That's good. That's great. They're fine there. I just picked that up and put it down on just because I just was thinking. Yeah, it is better that there is there. We have to do all the cleaning for the that's why I started.
I think most of them are phone cords that don't fit my phone because I think they're like Apple. I don't have an Apple phone.
Yep, they are. I'm gonna
So
recycle.
I don't need that.
Is that your camera?
What? No, that's I don't know. That's the
Oh, it's curatorial.
curatorial camera. You know, it's I don't know what they haven't. Somebody brought it down here, never went back.
Okay, I'll take it back.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay.
We don't need any of these. We can toss all these batteries.
Okay.
You can't tell. We've got the rechargeables now.
What do you do with batteries that, like, where do I throw those at?
Alkaline batteries can go in the trash.
Okay.
Lithium batteries.
Is this your?
It's not mine, no.
Okay.
None of this is mine. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is some solder.
Okay, I'm gonna go let it all go. I'm gonna throw it all away.
Okay, I just go look if there's something hidden in there that's useful.
It's just stuff that's been sitting around that we don't need anymore, you know?
Yeah, no, I don't think. I don't see anything there that. What's this? Is this a glass cutter? No. It's just a pen.
Want a pin?
No.
All right.
Off with his head.
Off with its head. You're not. Usually when I'm cleaning it, you're not here, so I just hold on to it.
I know. It's the same thing with me. It's like I'm afraid to throw it out because somebody else might.
Yeah, but it's okay. If it's not yours, I gotta let it go.
Yeah.
See you later.
See ya.